Hello, fledglings! Hope you guys are having a good day. What's up? Welcome in. Hello, Daedra. Hello, Morph. Congrats on getting a Switch to Daedra. I hope you have fun with it. I hope you enjoy Pokopia and eventually the other games that come out. But tired, Morph. Understandable. But welcome in, guys. We're going to be doing some XD shiny hunting. Lazy Sunday shiny hunt. But first I thought we'd open up a pack of cards because I keep forgetting I have these. So, I think the Journey Together is older, so we'll open that one. I think I've had this one a little longer, so we'll open this. Terrible Influencer. Just a device for Pokemon and Fire Emblem, probably. I would recommend DK Bonanza. Bonanza was a lot of fun. Very cool game. And I'm sure there'll be other games coming out. Just currently, it's a little slim, actually. I'm not a Mario Kart guy, though, so I can't, like, recommend that one. Got Let's Play Eevee. Let's Play Eevee? Do you mean Let's Go Eevee? So yeah, let's open this one and see if we get something. I don't even remember what's in this pack, but hopefully we get something cool. The camera recognizes Hop's face for some reason. Technology is frightening. But yeah, it's Easter, right? I didn't even remember until I saw all the Easter art. Not a day I was actively anticipating. Oh my god, this one's hard to open. Hi Brisk, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. What's up? Just more painting? Alright. Let's see what's in this pack. Alright, we got Larvitar, a Remoraid. Oh, come back. Stop it. I need to find a better way to record live footage. Carablast, Kecleon. Oh, Reginald Ice. Let's go. Hops Cramorant. I don't like it when they do characters card. I don't want their Pokemon. I want my Pokemon. I don't care about Hops Cramorant. I care about my Cramorant. That's a lie. I don't have a Cramorant, but I mean I've got one for my living decks, but that's the vibe. I don't care about characters card. I just want that Pokemon, not Hops Pokemon. Unpopular opinion, but I just don't care. Ooh, we got a Minccino. That's cute. Very cute little Minccino. Cute little Pancham. Ooh, and we got Zacian. That's pretty cool. It's Hops Zacian, so again, I care a little less than if it was my Zacian, but that's a pretty cool pull. And then a Psychic Energy. Yippee. Oh no, don't steal my cards for the online thing that I don't do. Don't steal them. I don't even know if that's active anymore. So there we go. That's a fun little card pack opened. I actually remembered this time. There we go. All right, let's pull up the actual game and get to some shiny hunting. Oh, I was going to put the cards in the binder. I had the binder out and I forgot, but I already turned off my tablet, so too late. Hello, why is the screen blank? Oh no, is it doing this thing again? I don't know what it is about the Elgato capture card that it always throws a fit like this. Be pulling for 3 Houses Child banner if Male Byleth is on it. I don't think Male Byleth is going to be on it. If he is, he's probably backpacked, right? Because he just got his Brave and Emblem version. If he's there, I guess I will pull, but like, I think they're gonna skip him. But we'll see, I guess. All right, I managed to save it, so we don't have to restart the whole stream. All right, let's go. Let's get our encounters. Let's get some encounters in. It's kind of a shame because actually among seasonal characters, young male Byleth was one that I actually did want to see. I wanted to see how autistic they would make him, but it looks like they might skip him, which will suck, but that was one of the few seasonals that I was actually like, yeah, I'd like to see how they interpret this. 65 stream streak, that's crazy. Congrats, Brisk. Sandshrew to start. Starting today with a Sandshrew, isn't that what you always want to see? Yeah, that seemed like a pretty decent pack, though, you're right. I have no idea how common or uncommon that Zacian is, but it seems like a good card, right? Again, it would just be a little bit cooler if it was not Hop's Zacian. Hop is like an okay character. He gets more hate than he deserves, but he's also not a great character. I like Wally like way more. Wally, Gladian, and Lily are better supporting characters. I think Bede is a good character from Galar, but Hop's just kind of mid. He's like fine. Overhated, but he also isn't underrated by any means. Bro just reused Hao's animations and thought we wouldn't notice. It wouldn't even be so egregious, but they both use that one animation that like where they're like they're kind of doing the 6-7 thing where they've got their hands going up and down. They reuse that one animation like every cutscene they're in. It's like, why are you reusing that? Can we have other animations? Hands still hurt, back not cooperating. About to put on your corset. I don't think that's gonna help. That sounds like a terrible idea. I'm in pain. Let me put on the thing that makes me in more pain. I don't know. I'm not a chiropractor. That's because chiropractors are fake. They're not real. They're not actual doctors. I am as knowledgeable about this as a chiropractor, which is to say that neither of us should be listened to. Games I'd suggest for Switch 2. Like I said, the library is a little slim right now, unfortunately. I know there's like some third-party stuff, but I haven't played them, so I can't really give an endorsement one way or the other. But I would definitely recommend Donkey Kong Bonanza. That one was a lot of fun. Even as someone who's not like that big of a like platformer type guy, it's not quite a platformer. I mean, it technically is, I think, but it's more like probably like an action platformer than like a straight up platformer. I don't know. Game genres are hard to tell. I've heard people like Age of Imprisonment, so if you're into the Muso style, you might want to check that out. I just don't trust Koei Tecmo to tell a good Zelda story, so I skipped it. But after playing the original Hyrule Warriors and Age of Calamity, Age of Calamity's story just like made me actually angry. I was like, what is this? Fanfiction garbage slop. At least the first Hyrule Warriors didn't pretend that it was actual canon. It was just like, yeah, this is just straight up fanfiction nonsense. None of this is canon, bro. Just turn your mind off and mash button. And it was fun. But then Age of Calamity tried to tie itself into the lore, and I was just like, this is straight up garbage. Get this out of my face. I've heard Age of Imprisonment is better, but I haven't looked into it too much, so take that with a grain of salt. And again, that's kind of dependent on if you're even into that Muso-style gameplay. I know a lot of people, it doesn't do anything for them. I'm, like, fine with it. I can enjoy that kind of gameplay, but it's not like my favorite kind of gameplay either. Gligar! Gligar! This week we should do a Rotom. We should try the Rotom shiny hunt again as well this week. My appliances finally got delivered yesterday, so I got to do laundry for the first time in like a month. It's a good thing I have so many shirts and stuff, because I was starting to run out. I have a lot of shirts and I was like, oh no. Do a lot for a new Pokemon Ranger or Mystery Dungeon. Yeah, that'd be great. I've only played Shadows of Almia for the Ranger games, but that one was pretty fun. And Mystery Dungeon is goated, so. Oh, 776! 776 Glygars, guys! The Fire Emblem funny number. Looking into Winds and Waves for 2027. New Fire Emblem, probably. Get Legends Arceus, Detective Pikachu, and the remake of Diamond. I don't know about Detective Pikachu. I've heard a lot of people didn't love it, but the main thing I've heard from it is just the there was like this meme about like a divorce or something, and that's like the main thing I've heard from the Switch Detective Pikachu. So I'm not sure on that one. I can't really say on that. The remake of Diamond, just bear in mind it's a remake of Diamond and not a remake of Platinum. Because if you're thinking, oh wow, I love Platinum, so I'm gonna like this, temper your expectations. I liked Brilliant Diamond for what it was, but what it was a remake of Diamond and not a remake of Platinum, so it's a little disappointing in that regard, but it is a very faithful remake too, except for the Grand Underground, which was just worse for some reason. I don't know why they did that. That made me mad. Why did they get rid of my secret bases? Everything else about the Underground was good, but they took away the decorating secret bases and just replaced it all with those garbage statues, and it was just like way worse. I'm like not incentivized to care about the secret base at all. I mean, technically you are, because now there's like an actual gameplay mechanic to it, but like I just don't care. I wanted to decorate a cute secret base. Luckily we've got Pokopia for that now. Waiting for sales, understandable. You're in the minority though. Ranger Signs was good. Yeah, I didn't get to play that one. That was one that I was like, I thought about getting, but I was big into Yu-Gi-Oh at the time, so it was like, do I get this game or do I work on my Yu-Gi-Oh deck? And I chose my deck, so. But yeah, Legends Arceus is really cool. It is a little grindy, so keep that in mind. But if you're playing Pokemon, that's probably not a huge issue. I would also recommend Legends ZA. I enjoyed it. You may not like the DLC, but the base game I enjoyed quite a lot. And I liked the DLC. I've just heard a lot of people found it too grindy, but I liked the DLC. And then yeah, we're waiting on the new Fire Emblem. No news about that yet. Hopefully soon. Thanks for sending the Yu-Gi-Oh songs again. Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh has some great music, both in the games and in the anime. A lot of the game OSTs are pretty good. Another Sandshrew. I'm surprised we haven't had a direct this year yet. We're in April. We usually have a direct by now. It feels very odd. People are speculating they want to wait until after the Mario movie to drop something. So maybe in like June or something, but I don't know, man. Half a year with no updates just feels kind of cringe, considering how early we are in the system's lifespan. I know they've got Pokopia, they've got Tomodachi Life coming out that people are going to go crazy for. So like there's like games in the first half of the year that are going to be like pretty big, like evergreen titles, but it just feels weird not to give us like something. Oh, but they gave an indie direct. I don't care, dude. I can play that. I can play most of those on like other systems or on PC, so like that doesn't tell me why I should buy a Switch, you know? As someone who already adopted the Switch 2, you know, they don't technically have to sell me on it, but it's just weird looking in from out or looking at it, you know? I feel like they should be, you know, trying to hype things up a little more. I've heard a good point that they're probably trying to avoid like a Metroid Prime or Bayonetta situation where they announce the games like way too early. And then like for years people were like, where's Bayonetta? Where's Metroid Prime? They're probably trying to avoid that, but surely they've got some stuff that's a little closer to being ready that they could announce. It just feels odd. Announce a Switch 2 edition of Xenoblade 2. You see people going crazy over Tomodachi Life? Yeah, I was thinking about picking it up for stream, but now I'm not sure if I should. We'll see. I might wait on it a little bit. It sounds like a fun stream game, but it's not a game that I'm sure that I would play much on my own. Which when it's like kind of competing with Pokopia, like I could do a Tomodachi Life stream or I could do a Pokopia stream, you know? I don't know. Just new Animal Crossing. Yeah, I'm ready for, well, am I ready for a new Animal Crossing? I thought I was. I thought I was ready for a new Animal Crossing, and then Pokopia dropped, and I was like, nah, I think this is like what I would have wanted out of a new Animal Crossing anyway, so. As someone who's never played it before. Ah, you've never played any of the Animal Crossings before. I like Animal Crossing. It's hard for me to recommend New Horizons, honestly. It's not a bad game, but it felt so light. And like a lot of those issues were eventually addressed, but I can't get over that initial feeling of, wow, this game is just kind of bare bones, you know? They spent an entire year drip feeding us stuff that was in the launch of every other Animal Crossing game, so it just felt bad. I spent a year like, oh, this'll be the big update. This'll be the big update for it. And it was just, oh wow, I've already played this before. So I was like, very disappointed. It's not a bad game. Like, if you get it, will you probably enjoy it? Yes. But like, as someone who's been a fan of Animal Crossing since it released in the West, it was just missing a lot of things that I'd really liked until much later, and by then I was burnt out, so I was like, For a second, I thought that was a shiny Sandshrew. Just a regular one. Good thing you didn't go for it at the moment. Yeah, like I said, I think you'll enjoy it, but if you're getting Pokopia anyway, I don't think you need two, like, kind of cozy life sim, terraform this area kind of games, you know? So it might be better to wait on that. Play Pokopia for a bit and then pick up Animal Crossing down the line. The one thing I do like about Animal Crossing over Pokopia is being able to just, like, talk to your villagers and get, like, tons of unique dialogue. Although saying tons for New Horizons might be a stretch. Compared to the older Animal Crossing games, New Horizons dialogue is pretty bare bones, which is, again, another complaint that I had about it. But compared to Pokopia, I think it's a bit better. Pokopia has the cool, like, unique dialogue when you have two Pokemon, like, talk to each other, but not being able to just casually converse with your Pokemon over and over is kind of not as exciting to me. It's kind of similar to Moonstone Island, where the characters will only say, like, one thing a day. and so it felt a little bit harder to like get close to the characters and care about them as much, except for Farah the goat. I miss Farah. She was so cute. Normally not a fan of mussels, but I'll make an exception for Farah, my blacksmith wife who loves soup, because she is so cute. I'm trying to think, what other games did they announce that are coming out? We know they've got Fortune's Weave coming out. There's supposed to be a Rhythm Heaven, right? I've never played a Rhythm Heaven game on account of the fact that I have no rhythm, but... we know Fire Emblem. We know Splatoon Raiders. Oh, I'm excited for Splatoon Raiders, even though we've got like nothing from it in like a year almost. Just the fact that it had Deep Cut in it makes it like an auto must get. I mean, I would have gotten it anyway just off the fact it's Splatoon, but the fact it's also got Deep Cut, my favorite idol group, makes me way more excited for it. I'm so curious what else is gonna be in that, because there's no way that it's just like a single player Splatoon, because Splatoon already has single player mode in it. I imagine that'll be part of it, but it's got to have other stuff in it. I think it's gonna be Splatoon's first attempt at an open world, and Morph is gonna hate it. That's my prediction. Open world Splatoon. I've talked about this with Morph before, and he hates the idea. I was just like, one day we were talking about it, and I was casually like, they should make an open world Splatoon, and he was like, I hate that idea. Don't bring that into the existence. I think it'd be very funny. It will be a single player story focused game. Yeah, I do think it'll be like a single player experience type thing. It might have like some kind of like spin-off multiplayer mode where like you can like link up and do like hide and seek or something silly like that, but because Nintendo seems to put that in like half their games nowadays, even when it doesn't make a lot of sense. But I do think it will be more of a single player experience than a multiplayer one. And it's going to be an open world. This is like our third Munchlax today, which is, for only being going 25 minutes, that's not great. Oh shoot, where'd my water go? Oh, there it is. I moved my water so that I could do the card opening, and then I lost track of my water bottle. I was like, wait, where did my water go? I thought I had one. Don't say it's open world. Don't curse you like that. I'm just saying, be prepared. Lately, Nintendo has been big on adding unnecessary multiplayer and adding open worlds. Those have been the two big trends lately. So, like, I'm just saying, be prepared for them. I think what would be really cool... I don't think it's the direction they're gonna go, but I think it would be really cool if it was a Splatoon-inspired take on the Zelda formula. The traditional Zelda formula. Where, like, you've got this kind of big hub world where you can go off to, like, different zones. And then in each of those zones would be, like, a big temple. And you could go into the temple and, like, solve puzzles. And it would be like that, but instead of, like, item-based progression, it would be, like, based off of your, like, squid abilities. It probably would still include, like, some item-based progression. Like, you'd go into one zone and you'd be like, oh, I got the Splat Charger. So now I can hit switches that are way farther away, and that would be like Zelda's version of the bow, or Splatoon's version of the bow from Zelda. and you'd use that for like switch puzzles and stuff. And then you'd go into another zone and you'd get like, oh, I got the Splatana, so now I can whack certain switches with this. I think a Splatoon Zelda puzzle game type thing would be really cool. I don't think that's the direction they'll take, but I think that would be a lot of fun. I think I miss my wife. I think I just miss the old school Zelda style games. And that's why we've done so many Zelda randomizers on here, is because I just really miss that Zelda puzzle style progression. And randomizers let us do that, but have them be unique every time, so. It's like, don't get me wrong, I enjoy Breath of the Wild, I enjoy Tears of the Kingdom. They're fun games, but they are missing that kind of traditional Zelda puzzle style exploration that I really love. And it's there to an extent, but the amount that it's disincentivized, or not disincentivized, but de-emphasized compared to other aspects of the game, just makes it a little disappointing to me. Oh, I can't remember if Daedra had a Switch 1 or not. Also, that was another freaking Munchlax. We were getting a lot of Munchlax today. Because if Daedra didn't get a Switch 1, then that increases the number of cool game options by a lot. I will always recommend the Xenoblade games. They're so good. I really want to play them on stream. It's just really hard to commit to that. They're very, very cutscene heavy. But otherwise, I would love to play Xenoblade on stream. It's like, I'm not even kidding. There's like sections where you'll get like 3 cutscenes back to back. So we'd be like, we would boot up stream, and then immediately we would have an hour and a half of cutscenes before we actually had any gameplay. Like, that's just kind of a hard sell, but they're really good games. In particular, I'm thinking about the Indol, the part of where in Xenoblade 2 you go to Indol, and you just have like an hour and a half of cutscenes straight, but all of the games have that. There's like a similar thing in Xenoblade 3 near the end where you just get like cutscene after cutscene after cutscene. It's just like, oh wow. So they, like, I love Xenoblade and I will always recommend them, but it's something that I'm not sure makes a good stream game. But as a personal experience, they are peak. My personal favorite is Xenoblade 2, which admittedly I think has the slowest start of any of them, which makes it a bit harder to recommend, because I've always been someone who people will recommend like an anime and they're like, it gets good after episode 30, and I'm like, you know, it's a hard sell to be like, oh, this thing gets good after 30 episodes. And that's how I feel about Xenoblade 2, where it's like, it gets really good after, you know, the first, you know, after the first 10 hours, it gets really good. But like, how do I recommend that to someone in good conscience? So like, as much as I love Xenoblade 2, that's not the one I would recommend people to start with. If you get past that slow opening and learn the combat system, Xenoblade 2 feels super fun and super rewarding, but like that learning curve and that entry curve is a little steep, and I recognize that, and it's hard to recommend. I think most people would just recommend to start with Xenoblade 1. And that's like fair, but Xenoblade 1 has, in my opinion, the least interesting combat and the least interesting characters, and the combat is also the clunkiest. Oh, did that redeem go through more, Brisk? I saw you redeemed the throw something at my face, but I don't know if it went through, so I'll do it. There we go. It did? Okay. Well, you got some bonuses because I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, like, I find Xenoblade 1's combat incredibly clunky, and I think it's aged the least well of the 3 mainline games' combat. Well, actually, it's aged the worst of the 4 that I've played, because Torn of the Golden Country is the DLC for Xenoblade 2, and that one got its own, like, completely revamped combat system compared to 2, and it feels really good. Torna's combat system is really good. I don't know where I would rank 2 versus Torna versus 3 in terms of combat system. All I know is 1 is like way below all of them. It's like very clunky. I know some people really enjoy it, and it is cool how it like integrates like story mechanics into the combat, but it's just a little too disruptive for my taste. Every 2 seconds you'll be interrupted by a vision and it'll just be like, oh yippee. So I find it a little annoying, but you're saving to redeem the sailor right now? You're sending the sailor to the desert? Why are you sending the sailor to the desert? He's gonna die of dehydration. But yeah, so Xenoblade is peak, and if you haven't played it and you have the Switch or the Switch 2, I would recommend them. I'm just not sure which one I would recommend to start with. Xenoblade 1 is the obvious answer, but again, I like it the least, so I personally have a hard time recommending it as the first one because I just didn't care for it as much. But it's still like a good game. Until the final boss. The final boss made me mad. Xenoblade 2 is like... I think it's the most beginner-friendly to start with. But it's also got the slowest start. So it's hard to recommend in that regard. Like, the intrigue of the world and the character interactions have to carry hard for the plot, because the plot doesn't really pick up until like a third of the way into the game. And that makes that one kind of hard to recommend. And then Xenoblade 3 is, I think, it would be the best one to start with, but it does have a lot of things that it draws from the previous games. And so if you don't know those, you can still enjoy the game, but you won't get as much out of it. A lot of the things and revelations from 3 are kind of like tying plot threads from 1 and 2 that didn't get fully resolved back together and being like, okay, so here's why this happened, or as a result of this thing, this happened in the future. So it kind of answers a lot of like lingering questions, and you can definitely enjoy it on its own merit, but I don't think you get quite as much out of it without that prior knowledge, which is why I'm like, I would recommend playing 1 and 2 before 3, but like if you start with 3, it's like totally fine. But like I wouldn't recommend it as the entry point because, you know, it just has all that stuff. But they're all good games, right? Even one which I'm much more lukewarm on is like, it's still good. I wonder what the most cursed order for Xenoblade would be. Most cursed order is probably start 3, then Torna the Golden Country, then 1, then 2. No, then 2, then 1. Just play it in backwards order. That's probably the most cursed. And then there's Xenoblade X, but Xenoblade X is like its own thing and its own like universe that I think the definitive edition tied back into the other ones, but it wasn't originally intended to be connected. So like, I don't know. I have not played X yet. Not even an hour after cutting your hair, your mom says, let's dye your hair red again. Oh no. Brandy needs a haircut. I'm overdue, but I also hate haircuts, so I've been putting it off. Yeah, I've got a lot of the games that I'd like to bring to stream are like RPGs that are like good. Also, I think I accidentally hit Sandshrew twice. A lot of the games that I'd like to bring to stream are like RPGs. And I'm just like, man, how do I handle having such a long story structure game? Because like people pop in and out. So if they pop in the middle of Tales of Symphonia, they might hit like a major plot beat and be very lost because they didn't see prior plot beats. And things like that make it hard to say. Hi, Joe. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good day. And thank you for the lurk. Hope you have fun with Peak. I want to be Peak. I don't want to play Peak. I want to be Peak. I should be the Peak Angel VTuber, right? Big ask. Oh, no, not Sandshrew. Gligar. There we go. I am. Oh, thank you. Yeah, this week... I've got a lot of stuff to do, though, because we moved in, but we still haven't unpacked everything, and we have some other things to do, like going down to like the government office and like being like, oh hey, this happened and things like that. I want to get back into like 4 streams a week, but I don't think I can yet. Man, it sucks, but I think I cut the Pokopia stream this week. I think this next week I try and do a shiny hunt stream for Scarlet and Violet to get that Rotom. And then I try and do a Kirby stream because I keep putting that off. And then we do our normal shiny hunt stream for XD. I think that's the plan for this next week, but we'll see. It's been loose. That's why I haven't been doing the stream schedules yet, is it's been very loose. It's like, I don't want to commit to something and then not show up because plans change last moment. So I've been going kind of more off the cuff just when I have time doing a stream. And I apologize for you guys not being able to plan around that, but I find it more annoying personally if someone says they'll be there and then they aren't and they cancel last minute. So I'm trying to avoid that because that personally upsets me, so I don't want to do that to other people, you know? I knew someone who did that all the time. He'd be like, oh, let's meet up at the usual place. And the usual place was a GameStop that was like a 2-mile walk or something. Actually, no, I think it was a 4-mile walk, was it? No. I don't remember how far away it was. It was about an hour and 15-minute walk away. And so I would walk down there, get there for the appointed time, and then last minute he would call and be like, oh, lol, I can't come today. Never mind. And it's like, dude, I just walked down here. I'm like, why? And that got very annoying, so... It's not quite the same because you don't have to walk anywhere to see me, but I try not to do the same thing, you know? So I don't like canceling last minute if I can avoid it. And that's why I haven't been doing stream schedules. But eventually, when things settle down a bit, I'll try and start stream schedules again. Take my time. Thank you, Brisk. This music is silly. Where'd my music go? Yes, I'm still watching. I hate when they do that. Oh, the video paused. Are you still watching? Yes, obviously. At least I'm here and you're happy. Aw, thank you. I'm glad that you're happy. And thank you for dropping by, even though I didn't plan it in advance. I mean, the Sunday stream is probably like the most consistent one. I feel like that one's a pretty easy one for me to do, is just like go live on Sunday, because nothing's open on Sunday, right? I don't have to go run errands on Sunday usually, so that's the one that's like kind of consistent. But yeah, we also have to look into getting the walls painted, but I haven't even decided what color I want yet. Like some kind of pale blue, but I don't know exactly. What if I got it shiny sand shrew green for all my walls? I think that would make me go nuts, actually. I think that would actually drive me crazy. That bright neon green. Last night was very painful, but today, since you finished the tall slanted walls, primer will be easier. Nice. Good jorb. Good jorb. I don't remember. Did you say what color you're doing, Brisk? Do shiny sand shrew green. Don't actually. Creamy color? Gotcha. For a creamy drink. Trapinch. Boop. 349 Trapinch. Wow. Almost to 350. We getting there. Oh, hold on. I just remembered something I forgot to do. There we go. I posted my I posted like a going live post, and I forgot to put the artist at on the post, and I feel bad about that. So I just did a reply to that to update it with the artist. I know I've posted that picture before, so, and I have done the art tag, but you know, it's still important to me to make sure that I try and do that. So Trapinch, 350 Trapinch, let's go. That's a pretty significant number considering the Trapinch are the least common. 350 of them is pretty good. Also, you didn't fall. Good job. No fallen angel Brisk. No fallen fledgling Brisk. What about fallen angel Brandy? Mwahaha! Fallen Brandy appears. You didn't expect this, did you, foolish mortals? Get out of here. Banish you! Be banned, foolish bot! Ow. That voice was painful. Where are you? There we go. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Fallen Brandy. He has also been banished. Alright, there's another Sandshrew, which is sad. Yeah, question. How interested are we in a Pokemon Heart Gold Repel Manip shiny shiny Onyx hunt? That sounds kind of painful, but I could do it. If you fall, you can laugh. No, we won't laugh. Don't worry. Gotta be careful on ladders and stuff. See, if humans just evolved wings and became angels, then we wouldn't need ladders. Oh my god, that would be such cute art. Oh no, I might have to do that when I do the painting in my room. So I'll probably take a little mini break for a few days off streaming while I do that. But imagine little art of Brandy painting. Oh my god, let me pull this up. I can sketch what it would look like. All right, so it would look like this, right? Here's the wall. And then it would be Brandy. Those are my legs. I might have made it too big. Here, hold on. Let's move it down a little bit. There we go. There's my hood. And here's the wings. Halo. Pretend that he's actually holding this properly. Here, hold on. There we go. And it'd be Painter Brandy. Oh, you can add a little splotch of paint on his face, on his hands. Wouldn't that be cute? And then like oh, that's white already. So then this would be like this would be light blue that I'm painting on the wall. Wouldn't that be cute? That'd be cute art. It looked like that. Oh, somehow I turned into Captain Olimar. That would make a cute drawing if I had the energy to draw. A Gligar, wow! Let me update the counter. There we go. Gligar, 786. Nope. Nope. Pause that. Pause that. That's for later. The living room is cramped. We got a lot of boxes in the living room that need to be taken out still. We just don't have anywhere to put everything. Because we don't have, like, storage space. Sandshrew appears. 1175, huh? Lots of Sandshrew. Oh, ow. In fact, let me move that back. There we go. Hard to get by in this place. Once you get everything settled, it'll look lovely. Nice. Gligar. Once again. Yeah, now that I drew that painting Brandy art, I'm just imagining a chapter where Brandy and Lucas paint the paint in their apartment, and Lucas is like floating around using his wings to help him paint, and it sounds really cute. So if I got quiet, that's what I was thinking about. Sorry. I just started thinking about that, and I was like, oh wow, that sounds really cute. $11.76 plus 787 plus 350 plus 244. Okay, so we have done over 2,500 encounters total. Actually, over 2,550 encounters. But that's factoring in the Munchlax. So if you take away the all the Munchlax encounters, we aren't quite to 2,500 yet. Speaking of Munchlax, there he is. Oh. Mm. Um... All right. Sorry, had to cough. I'm like mostly feeling better now, but I'm still not 100%. Still been coughing a little more. I still think there's something wrong with the airways in this place. I feel like maybe there's some filters that haven't been changed or something. I don't know. Because every morning I wake up like congested and stuff, and it doesn't feel good. Well, thank you for the hydrate, Brisk. Hydrate, hydrate. Yeah, that's the other thing. I really want to shiny hunt a Nincada in Gen 3. I want to shiny hunt Nincada in Gen 3, but like you can't get it you've only got a 20% chance of getting it, and there's no way to like repel manip it. Very sad. I'm sorry your head hurts, Morph. I hope you feel better soon. I need to double check my notes if there was a reason I wanted Shedinja specifically in RSE, or if there was a reason I couldn't get it in Platinum. Because it'd be a lot easier to get it in Platinum. I don't know why I was very insistent on not getting it from there. So I should double check. There's another Sand Shrew. Because I thought I just wanted a Luxury Ball Shedinja with the Exciting Memory title, or the Treasured Memory title, which I should be able to just get in Platinum. I don't know why I was very insistent on getting it in Gen 3. So I need to double check that. Oh, wait. I think I remember. I think there was a thing where the only way to get a Shedinja in a Luxury Ball was to do it in Gen 3, because in Gen 4, if you evolve a Shedinja, it automatically goes into a regular Pokeball. I think that was it. That sounds correct. From Generation 4 onwards, a basic Pokeball is removed from the bag upon evolution. In Generation 3, Shedinja instead copied the ball Nincada was in. This is one of only 2 legitimate ways to obtain Shedinja in a non-standard Pokeball until Generation 8, where Shedinja can be caught in max raid battles or transferred from Pokemon Go. That was it. So that was why. What do you guys think? Do you want to do the Pokemon Emerald Nincada hunt, 20% chance. Every other thing is just like Skitty or Whismer or... Actually, what exactly are in that is in that grass pile? If we don't get Shedinja, it would be... Or if we don't get Nincada, it would be Whismer at a 20% chance. Skitty at a 2% chance. Talo at 20%. Zigzagoon... Oh no, Zigzagoon is not an emerald. Poochyena at 28% chance. Or Abra at 10% chance. Sounds kind of miserable, to be honest, but... It'd be funny. You're done with this mentally, but physically you have to finish. That's fair. Yeah, painting doesn't sound very fun. But again, I think usually you would use a roller instead of like a brush, because rollers are faster. Alright, Gligar. Oop, 790. Oh, you're using a roller. I thought you said you were using a brush the other day. The other option would be to get a shiny Nincada in max raids, which I think would need like there's like a exploit you can do to get like a shiny in a max raid den like very easily, but that sounds hard. I don't want to research that. I say it's very easy and then I say it's hard immediately afterwards. So like could do that. But then it'll never have the exciting memory ribbon. I wanted to do that because I wanted to get a Moonball Shedinja, actually, but... What is this track? This track's kind of cool. This is the home screen from Brain Age. Sounds like music that would play if Colress was a good guy instead of a bad guy. Oh. And I also still want to do a Feebas hunt eventually, but I'm not sure which game would we want a Feebas hunt in. The easiest one, I mean, like, technically the easiest one would be Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, because you can just chain fish one, and it's, like, super easy. But chain fishing is lame, so let's not do that. Is chain fishing the lamest way of catching a shiny? It might be. It's just too easy. Chain fishing and Ultra Warp Ride are just way too easy. We could do Emerald, which is probably the easiest one that isn't chain fishing, just because the tile doesn't move. We could also do Brilliant Diamond, where the tiles would move. Same with Platinum. Brilliant Diamond at least has the reduced shiny odds, but... I don't know, I kind of like the idea of doing it in Emerald. Oh my god, go. Nope, not new game, go. I need to draw Fishing Brandy as a PNG tuber, though. That's been on my to-do list for like a year. You have a shiny Feebas in ZA. Actually, yeah, that's the easiest way to get a shiny, is to just do it in ZA, but... I actually have a shiny Milotic already. but I want to get one on stream, and I want it to be like I want to make it a little mini video, you know? So I want it to be like a journey to get it. Like, first we had to scour this entire river for all the Feebas tiles. I forget, Morph, what was your first, like, what's the oldest Pokemon game that you ever had? I can't remember if I asked that or not. Because I don't know if you ever played Gen 3 or Gen 4, the originals. So I'm curious if you ever subjected yourself to getting Feebas in the old games, like the legitimate way, not just like breeding an egg from the GTS. I have done the Emerald Feebas hunt, which I guess I should explain for those of you guys who aren't familiar. Which one was it? 119, there we go. Platinum for main game, Coliseum for side games. Oh, I didn't realize you'd played Coliseum before. I don't know why. I was under the impression you hadn't played Coliseum before. But yeah, so the follow-up question is, for Platinum, did you ever get Feebas the fishing way? You never got Feebas? Okay, fair. Yeah, I know a lot of people hated that. I have done it. I did it in Emerald. I didn't do it in Platinum, but I did it in Emerald, where, for those of you who don't know, it was on this route. You had to do this particular route. There were no other routes you could catch it on. And you had to fish in the water here. And each of these river tiles, there were only, I think it was 6. 6 random tiles in this river had Feebas in them, and all the other ones didn't. And you had to fish on the entire river until you found Feebas. And everyone hated that. I did it in one night, and it was not that bad. Oh, it was Stadium. Okay, that makes more sense. Because I didn't remember you mentioning you playing Coliseum when we played through Coliseum. But yeah, so you had to go through this whole river, fishing each tile individually until you found Feebas. And everyone's like, oh, this was the worst thing ever. It's not that bad. I knocked it out in one night. In fact, I got it in a few hours because I was lucky and I found it fairly early. I want to say that I started in the bottom of the river and I worked my way up. And I found it in like the bottom third of the river. It really wasn't that bad. But people absolutely hated that. But so that's what I want to do. And technically there was another thing where you could, the tiles could change if the trendy phrase changed, but I don't think that happened. My battery wasn't dead when that happened, when I did this, but I think you have to manually change the trendy phrase for the tiles to switch, so it doesn't actually come up. But in Platinum, instead of being tied to the trendy phrase, the tiles shuffle every day. So it is harder to find it in Platinum. So we could do the Platinum hunt, but that would be even worse because it would change every day in between streams. So we would spend the first like 3 hours of each stream just trying to find it, and then we would start fishing and hunting for it. So I think Platinum is a bad idea just off of that. It'd be very funny, but I think it would just waste too much time. The word Stadium and Coliseum are constantly mixed in your head. No, that's fair. They're basically synonyms for each other, so it's understandable that you would mix those up. Funny enough, I don't think I ever played Stadium because I didn't have an N64. I might have played it like briefly at a friend's house or something, but if so, we didn't play it very much because I barely remember it. I'd watched other people play Stadium, but I never played that one. But yeah, so I'd like to do the legitimate Feebas shiny hunt. And again, just for the sake of making it better for stream, I would probably lean towards doing it in Emerald over Platinum. Because in Platinum, it would just shuffle every day and then we'd spend 3 hours looking for it. But it would be fun. Actually, back in Gen 4, which is when I was doing this because I was hunting Feebas to complete my living dex. Back in Gen 4, Milotic was probably my favorite water type. Gotta let the primer dry before applying more. Gotcha. Hang in there. Yeah, my favorite water type back then was Milotic. It was probably like Milotic followed by Empoleon. Those were like my top 2 waters, I think. But I think I liked Milotic a little bit more. Funny enough, now I have like a lot of water types that I really like, so it'd be a lot harder to decide. My favorite water types now are Toxapex, Wishiwashi, Empoleon, Milotic, Primarina, Azumarill, Vaporeon, of course. I'm probably still missing a water or two. There's a lot of good water types. Water type is very consistently a cool type. So like those are just like my absolute favorites, but even then there's like there's like some less prominent ones. I like Bruxish. Bruxish is a very cool water type. I'm the number 1 Bruxish fan. It's not even my favorite Pokemon, but I like Bruxish. I'm probably not the number 1 Bruxish fan, but I stan the ugly fish. I don't even care. It's a charming design. Very creative, very silly. I don't even care. If Bruxish has no fans, then I am dead. I love that thing. I even remember when I got it in Sun and Moon. I fished it up and I was like, oh wow, this thing's ugly. I kind of like it. And then I thought about, I was like, I don't know, like I didn't know what Bruxism was back then. So I didn't know what the joke was. I was just like, look at this ugly fish with these ugly colors and these big teeth. This is a funny guy. And then I learned what Bruxism was, and I was like, oh my god, wait, this Pokemon is like actually brilliant. So silly. There's even some other water types that like aren't my favorites, but are like still pretty cool. That are like mid-tier waters. Like that's where I'd put like Basculegion, Gyarados. Like those are cool ones. Swampert. Like they're not my absolute favorites, but I'm like, yeah, they're cool guys. Water's a very consistently good type. Hold on, I think that was Gligar. Let me double check that. Similar story, different Pokemon. Which was it? It was Gligar. Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure I hit the right one. There's a lot of Pokemon with like designs that aren't like immediately apparent, but like once you understand them, you're like, yo, that's a cool design. They thought hard about that. I'm blanking on any other ones off the top of my head, but I'm sure there are. I know I've had that thought with other Pokemon. I'm just like drawing a blank. My favorite honorary water type is Purloin and Liepard. They are not water types. That's a joke. I'm referencing the infamous dive cats strategy, where assist, being a status move, could call... It was affected by Prankster, and so it could call other moves from your other Pokemon on your team, and it could call dive. And dive, not being an assist move, is not affected by Prankster, so it would do turn 1 assist would call dive, and it would do that with priority. So before the opponent could act, you'd dive under the water, and then turn 2 you'd hold a lagging tail so that you always go last in your priority bracket. Turn 2, dive is no longer treated as a priority move because you're using dive instead of assist, so it doesn't get the Prankster boost, and instead the lagging tail makes you go last. So the opponent would attack, and then you would surface and hit him with dive. So you were functionally invincible, cue the title card, and you couldn't be hit by the opponent. And there were ways around that, but like not every team ran it. So it was like a really cheesy, gimmicky strategy where you just you spammed dive with assist, and the opponent couldn't hit you. Very silly. But that's why Purloin and Liepard are my favorite honorary water types. They could also do another thing where they could use assist to call Revival Blessing, I think. Assist is just a problematic move, apparently. Oh, you can also use it with Roar and Whirlwind to call those with priority and make the opponent switch out before they can do anything, and they just take a bunch of entry hazard damage. That's a silly thing. Assist is a silly move. You don't see it often, but when it does, it's usually doing some broken nonsense. Speaking of Pokemon moves, the one that makes me the most upset that they cut was Return. The whole premise of like the games is like going on a journey with your Pokemon and forming a bond with them. Why would you cut the move that's a literal embodiment of forming a bond with your Pokemon? I kind of get why they'd cut Frustration, because it's like incentivizing being horrible to your Pokemon to get an edge in battle. But I liked it as a thematic dichotomy with Return, and they absolutely shouldn't have cut Return. And you can do cool storytelling things with Frustration, like how Getsus has his Hydreigon with minimum affection, so it hits maximum power with Frustration, and it just shows how much his Hydreigon hates his guts. Like, that's cool storytelling. And cutting that is just sad. And there was also actual competitive value, because what you could do is, instead of running Return, you could run Frustration with minimum affection. And this was especially prevalent on battling sims, but I'd imagine it would work similarly in actual competitive, because most of the time the battling sim defaults to having your Pokemon with max affection to boost the power of like Return and stuff. You could run Frustration with minimum affection, and then if an opponent's Ditto used Imposter to transform into yours, they would transform into your Pokemon that knew Frustration instead of Return, and they would have max affection, so the Frustration would not hit as hard as your Frustration does. And that's like a cool mind game that you can play, where like if you're worried about Ditto, you could run Frustration instead of Return. And I imagine it would work similarly on the cartridge, because your Pokemon just naturally gains affection. So like just by leveling them up and EV training your Ditto, you would gain some affection, so their Frustration would hit less powerful than it would a Return. And I just think that's cool. And cutting those moves really sucks for like just competitive, for storytelling purposes, thematically. Just Return and Frustration are great moves, and they should just keep those in the game. Bring them back. I'm very conservative in this regard. The only time I'm conservative is in regards to Pokemon. I don't like cutting things, and I like whether Pokemon or moves. I don't like removing things out of the games. I would rather tweak something for balance than just cut it completely. Like they cut Pursuit because Pursuit was a really good move. Instead of cutting Pursuit, I think they should just tweak it. Okay, it's too powerful when it doubles damage when you hit an opponent that's switching out. Okay, nerf it then. Now it does 1.25 damage instead of double damage when an opponent switches out. Oh, now it's too weak to use? Okay, buff it a little bit. Now it does 1.5 damage instead of 2 times damage. I would rather them nerf things and adjust things balance-wise than just cut things. And Return and Frustration again are just like, why did they cut this at all? There's no reason to. Similar thing with like the type gems. The type gems were super powerful in Gen 5. They just gave you a little mini nuke one time per battle. But instead of just cutting all of them except the normal gem, I would have preferred if they just tweaked the amount of damage they do. Okay, the type gems are too strong. All right, tweak them. Make them do slightly less damage. You know? And I think one of the big problems was gem boosted acrobatics. Okay, make it so that if you use your gem while you're using acrobatics, it doesn't trigger on that one because you technically had an item when you clicked the move. Okay, now it's more balanced. So now if you want to do gem acrobatic stuff, you have to spend a turn to use the gem. I don't know. I would just rather see things nerfed and tweaked and buffed it in the event that they go too far with nerfing than just cutting things. Similar to just cutting things off of Pokemon's move pools. Instead of just cutting Scald off of everyone's move pool, adjust the burn rate on Scald because the burn rate is the problem. Scald itself is not a problem. It's the fact that it's like a 30% burn rate for free. Make it, a 15% burn rate. Anyway, Brandy rambling aside, let me see. Zweilous, when you first saw him, you thought, wow, you have no eyes, you want to claim it? Ah. Yeah, some of the designs are just like silly guys, and you're like, oh yeah, I like this guy. Look at this silly little guy, I like him. It's been a while, I think, since I saw a silly little guy that I was just like, yo. I think the part of the problem with that, though, is because a lot of the times I see leaks. I did see Bruxius in the leak for Sun and Moon before it came out. Like the data mines or whatever. But, like, I didn't really think about it too much until I actually fished it up. I'm kind of hoping that when Winds and Waves comes out, I have one of those moments again where we're just playing through, because I plan to play it on stream. We're playing through and I just find a little guy and I'm like, yo, this guy's cool. I'm going to add him to my team. Because a lot of the time, like, it gets either spoiled from, like, data mines or even just, like, official sources. Like, they revealed Wishy-Washy prior to Sun and Moon's release in a video. So I knew going in, I was like, yo, I like Wishy-Washy. That's a cool concept for a Pokemon. I'm going to add it to my team. And so I ran Wishy-Washy on my in-game team. And I just already knew going in, I was like, yeah, this one's sick. So that's going to be the upside of Winds and Waves not having a data mine, is I'm hoping that I just go in and I'm like, yo, here's a cool Pokemon that I like. I didn't know about this going in, and now this guy's on my team and he's cool. That's a hope. Big hope. So I hope they don't reveal everything prior to the game coming out. I do want to see some news over the next, like, year and a half or whatever up to release, of course. But I don't want them to spoil everything. Like, starter final evolutions, don't spoil it. I don't want them to spoil it. Even if they do, though, I'm firmly on Team Pombon. We're going Pombon for the first playthrough regardless. But yeah, just, you know, I want to see more stuff that is unexpected, is the hope. There are times where it feels like you've never rebranded. Although you've rebranded for a more enchanted aesthetic, still get mesmerized by horror. Gotcha. I'm not a horror person personally. Doesn't do anything for me. My brother was into it, but yeah, sometimes I'm just like, man, I love Pokemon. I just yapped about like Feebas and the move Return and Dive Cats for how many minutes? For like 40 minutes or something. Oh, and Brisk with the redeem. 1 second, let me get that trap inch up. And thank you for the redeem, Brisk. We will get Jolly Sailor in. The Jolly Sailor will arrive to motivate you as soon as I figure out where he is. Nope, not that. Yo-ho! Ahoy, Brisk! Hello! Sailor Brandy arrives. Ahoy, Jolly Sailor Brandy. How goes the painting, Brisk? It sounds painful. Hang in there. I believe in you. Yeah, eventually, it took me a while to find the PNG tuber, sorry. Eventually, I need to go through and clean up all my sources on OBS, because I've got too many things. I need to organize my stuff better. So cute. Thank you. Thank you, Brisk. I'm glad that you like it. This one took a while to draw. You'd think it wasn't that hard to come up with a design because it's just a basic sailor outfit, but it did actually take a while to decide what direction I wanted to take with the outfit, to be honest. How did I end up stranded in the desert? It's a great mystery of the times. But this sailor has been shipwrecked in the desert, and now he must stumble his way through to find his way back to Captain Glace, who will lead the expedition to a better future. We believe in you, Captain Glace. You could have summoned XD Brandy, but you missed the sailor. Understandable. crossing the desert. Gligar. Are you sure? Is XD, if there was like a scale of like which PNG tubers, which versions of Brandy were good and bad, would XD Brandy be closer to the bad side because he goes, are you sure? I'm thinking about the freaking Omni-Man. I made a steak. I made a steak. A steak? Yes. He'd be closer to good. Are you sure? Are you sure? Why would he be good? XD Brandy might be a menace, you know? Trapinch. Everybody loves Trapinch. Pow. I've made a mistake. No, it was I made a steak. Mark, I made a steak. A steak? Yes. All right, what else do we have? Anything new? Come on, shiny. Nope, just a Sandshrew. That's okay, I don't want a shiny Sandshrew. I'm gonna be so sad if we get Sandshrew as the shiny, and it's the most likely option too, which sucks. Like, it'll still be cool. It'll still be a cool moment for the video, but like... Sandshrew is by far the least exciting of these Pokemon, so... The washing machine, or the, I don't think it was the washing machine, I think it was the dryer. Just went off. I heard it play a jingle in the background, and it sounded like a sailor jingle, funny enough. I think on the scale of good versus bad PNGs, I think XD is closer to bad, but not quite. Fallen Brandy is definitely bad. Sporty Brandy is probably on the bad side. He has evil intentions of making me exercise until I get sick. Ditto Brandy is the true neutral option. Ditto Brandy doesn't have good or bad intentions. He just copies whatever he sees. Sailor Brandy is... Sailor Brandy might also be evil, actually. What if he's sailing under the flag of an evil empire? Who knows? This lore has not been established. Merboy might be evil too. He uses his adorable looks and siren song to lead sailors to their demise. But he's also just happy and splashing in the water all day, so maybe he's not evil. Who knows? Yeah, maybe all of the PNG tubers are evil in some way. Except Ditto, who's just true neutral. Trapinch. I want more Trapinch. Shiny Trapinch, please. Oh, TBH Brandy is good. TBH Brandy is the true good Brandy. All other Brandies have at least the capability for evil, except TBH Brandy, who just eats peppers and goes, "That's spicy." Ooh, actually, now that I said that, I kind of want some stuffed peppers. Those sound good. Guys, I have to end stream early. I'm gonna go look for stuffed peppers. I'm not actually, that's a joke. But it sounds really good. I could go for some stuffed peppers right now. Don't they sound good? That's spicy. True. Who else? What is this? What is this Zelda music? Digicam print channel. It sounded like the Ocarina of Time opening music at first. I was like, what? Yeah, who else? Oh, Winter Brandy. Winter Brandy's good. Snow Angel Brandy's good. And Summer Brandy is good. But you know the evilest of all the PNG tubers, right? The most evil one? He's so dastardly, Sailor Brandy dares not speak his name. I get sick at the very thought of mentioning this foul beast. The evilest of all the PNG tubers is Lemon Peel Angelfish Brandy. Oh god, how gross. Ahoy, I shall find some treasures. Stuffed peppers. Exactly. Oh, thank you for the head pat, Brisk. 'Twas a second great treasure. 'Twas not what I originally sought, the stuffed peppers of deliciousness. But this head pat is a second great treasure. There, Sailor, thank you. Jahoy! Yeah, that sounds good right now, is some stuffed peppers and stuffed mushrooms. I wish I had some. If I ended stream right now, I could go take a bus to my old grocery store and get them. That sounds like a terrible idea, but I could. Putting it off with making a drink to represent Jolly Sailor Brandy. Ah, what kind of drink would it be? What kind of drink do you think it'd be? Hi Mel, welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good day. What's up? What a way to join What If I End Stream Now. Don't worry, I'm joking. I'm not actually planning to end stream. I'm just talking about I'm joking about going and looking for stuffed peppers because that sounds good right now. And I'm hungry. Doing okay, just finished your dinner. Packed your lunch for tomorrow. Ooh, what was dinner? What was for dinner? Oh, I didn't want to go to the outskirts stand. The harmonicas will give me horrible flashbacks. No, I'm so lucky that I didn't do the shiny hunt with the game music on. Because otherwise I'd get horrifying flashbacks every time I heard the harmonica from outskirts stand. And there was another trap inch. Let's go. I can't remember. Did I show you guys the thing? I did show you guys the new plushies. Okay. I like how the PNG tubers, they all move a little bit, they sway a little to give them a little more movement and stuff and make them a little more visually interesting. But I like how Sailor Brandy actually looks like he's on a ship, you know? He's swaying back and forth. Also, we have found 800 Gligar. Let's go. That is a good shout. 800 Gligar. Pretty nice. You always turned your swaying off. Yeah, I know not everyone's into it. I like it having a little movement to make it a little more interesting, but I know not everyone likes it. Another Sandshrew. Boop. 1194. Almost to 1200 Sandshrew. Primer's looking pretty dry. Shall now finish with the crevices. You're welcome, Brisk. I'm glad that I could assist you on your own journey to finish the painting. Sail the seas of painting and emerge the other side as a seasoned artist or something. I don't know where I was going with that joke. Jolly Sailor Brandy tries to make a motivational speech and then just kind of fumbles it at the end. Rip. What a loser. Another Sandshrew. Okie dokie. But he's cute? Is he? Is he cute? What if he's not? All right, Gligar again. Dude, I'd be really excited if we found Gligar. Gligar or Trapinch Shiny would make me so happy. Again, I think the better one is Gligar. Gligar has like a lot of competitive applications and stuff, so I'd be able to use it for future stuff. But there's no lying that Trapinch is just a pretty sick Pokemon, and getting one from XD would be pretty sick. I mean, either one would be sick. Until they decide to give Sandshrew a Mega or a third stage evolution, I just don't think Sandshrew's doing a whole lot. And sadly, it already got an Alolan form, so... Now, it's not impossible to get multiple things. Like, Meowth got 2 different regional forms, right? So it could get a... it could have its regional form and then also get a evolution or a Mega down the line. But as of right now, Sandshrew is just the least exciting of the 3. And the sad thing is, because Sandshrew can't evolve into a Alolan Sandslash, that also just like further restricts it. Like, it'd be more exciting if I could just turn this Sandshrew into an Alolan Sandslash or something, but the fact that I can't just makes it a little eh. It was Sandshrew, okay. I think I've asked before, but just like for the sake of conversation, it's maybe opinions have changed since last time. You can give like a gimmick of some kind to one Pokemon. What do you choose? Which Pokemon do you choose, and what do you give it? So like a unique Z move. I don't think anyone would pick that, but you know, you could. Gigantamax, again, I don't think anyone would pick that, but you could. A Mega or a regional form. What would you choose? Like, it's very tempting to say like something for Togekiss. Like Mega Togekiss would go crazy, but I'm kind of tempted to just say I want a Mega for Dusknoir. Dusknoir deserves something because it's such a cool Pokemon, and I want it to be, you know, decent at something. So I think my answer would be Dusknoir, but secondary answer would probably be Togekiss. Mega Togekiss would be kind of cool. And I still also like the idea of Gigantamax Minior. Oh, Delmise. I don't think that's predictable at all. Most people would not say Delmise, so Mega Delmise would be a really cool novel pick, I think. Let me look and see if anyone's made a fan-made Mega Delmise. Ooh, here's one. Oh, here's one for a Gigantamax Delmise too. A lot of people seem to be going on the same idea for it though, which makes sense. But here are a few different ideas that I found. What do we think of these? So here's an idea for a Mega Delmise. This one's closer to the original form, but compared to the other ones, it's a little more unique because it just kind of improves on what's already there. That's insane. You like that one? Here's another fan-made idea for one. Where's the third one? Oh, there it is. Here's one. So for this Mega, it gets the whole ship with it. Oh, I didn't want to go to the Snag'em hideout. Oops. So there's that one. And then similar idea of giving it the whole ship. There's this one. This one's a Gigantamax instead of a Mega, but it's still pretty cool looking. Got the King of Hyrule on it. Here he is. Look at that one. Gigantamax Delmise. That one's kind of cool. Yeah, I like that one. Delmise with a Gigantamax actually kind of goes crazy. I'm not the biggest fan of Gigantamax in general, but it is kind of a shame that, like, all the Gigantamaxes were, like, Gen 4 and Gen 8 Pokemon, like, only. And then Garbodor randomly. For some reason, Garbodor was the only non-Gen 1 or Gen 8 Pokemon to get a Gigantamax. Which is cool. It deserves it. I love Garbodor. Very cool Pokemon. I've always been a fan of that and Trubbish, but... So I'm glad to see it get something. I wish it was something better than a Gigantamax, but... It's such a shame. The Gigantamax designs, some of them aren't even bad. It's just like, Gigantamax as a concept just isn't that exciting. It's like, oh, you've got a special unique Dynamax, but the form doesn't give you much of an edge compared to other compared to a regular Dynamax. It just changes what your signature move does now. It's like, okay, it's cool to have the option, but like half of them aren't even good. Like, there's a lot of times where Gigantamax Charizard might prefer having its fire move set up Sun over having it trap the opponent, you know? So Gigantamax is just a weird little thing. Kind of sad that Dhelmise isn't popular. It's okay. Not every Pokemon can or needs to be like Gengar, where it shows up on everything, you know? I think part of what makes Pokemon charming is the fact that you've got lots of weird little guys that aren't as popular, but they're still beloved by certain people, you know? Like, I would say Togekiss has like above average is like an above average in terms of popularity. It's not quite like Gengar or Umbreon or Eevee or Pikachu or Snorlax even. But like Togekiss is like pretty well liked, you know. And then you've got like other Pokemon like freaking Bruxish that nobody likes except like me, you know. But that's what makes it interesting, is that there's so many different Pokemon at different popularity levels. I think it's good that not every Pokemon is designed with the idea of being as popular as Charizard, you know? Because the designs would just feel very homogenized. It's cool that you've got weird off the cuff designs that appeal to a smaller subsection of people. And then they go really crazy for it, like Dhelmise. Like, you're probably the #1 Dhelmise fan that I've ever seen. And it's cool that like a less popular Pokemon still gets fans like that. I don't know, Brandy's just musing about things. Oh, and PNG Tuber Brandy has been up for a while, so let's banish Jolly Sailor Brandy to the Davy Jones locker. Farewell. Where's my VTuber? Where's my VTuber model? I always struggle to find it. Where is it? There he is. Brandy's back. Yes, the sailor must return to his voyage. Do not cry for him. For he's going to meet a merboy, and they're going to have naughty times together. Call other Pokemon that you've claimed and they're not Pokemon? What? Mightyena and Lunatone are Pokemon, yeah. Not popular, okay. That's what I thought, but... yeah, Mightyena and Lunatone aren't the most popular either, but that's okay. They still have their fans. I still think the funniest thing they ever did was making Sun and Moon. Pokemon Sun and Moon and Lunatone and Solrock are not available in the game. You just can't catch wild Lunatone and Solrock. It's like... dude, that's the easiest slam dunk inclusion I've ever seen. What do you mean? What do you mean you just decided not to include those? Very silly. Alright, Sandshrew again. Oh, we're almost to 1200 Sandshrew. You'll come back for editing purposes? What do you mean? What do you mean you'll come back? Yeah, we're chipping away at the shiny hunt. Not making amazing progress, but that's okay because I still haven't actually started editing the XD video. I need to do the art for it. Also, that was 1200 Sandshrew. Let's go. Lots of Sandshrew. I need to sit down and start editing that video, but I've got other projects. I got so many things I'm trying to work through at the same time, you know? Tonight, I need to finish editing the subtitles for the Escoffier wishes. Upload that, and then after that, I'm gonna upload a Pokopia short that I made, and the Pokopia short is really fun. I liked that one a lot, so I hope you guys look forward to that. And then I gotta do art. Just got too many things I'm trying to do. It's hard. Too many projects to juggle, but I do need to work on the XD video soon. Oh, it's a wild Sandshrew. Yippee! Sandshrew. Rally luck, rally luck. Thank you, Brisk. Oh, when you'll add a censor thing. Yeah, they gotta. It's gonna be a whirlwind romance. I mean, like I said, I've done art of Sailor, or not Sailor, but Merboy Lucas. Merboy Lucas and Sailor Brandy could have some Merboy AU Yowie. Sandshrew, Sandshrew. Is it true? It is true. It's Sandshrew. Silly little rhyme. Dang, it's 5 o'clock. I'm not gonna lie, it is tempting to end a little early and go find something to eat for dinner. But I've only been going 2 hours. I want to go at least 3, maybe 4 hours, even if I end early. You know, gotta get some encounters in, especially because it was a pain to pull out the Wii and set it up. I don't have as much space, so I can't leave the Wii set up the whole time like I could at the other place. So I gotta put the Wii away after I'm done with it, after I'm done shiny hunting for the day, so. Oh no, that's naughty, Brisk. But that sounds funny. That sounds silly, Brisk. Ooh, another Gligar. Funny enough, Gligar, there we go, 805. When I drew the Merboy Lucas and Brandy, it was just supposed to be those two, but I guess we could have Sailor Brandy in the mix too. Back to editing after painting. Yeah, I'm gonna edit later tonight. I'm gonna do, like I said, I just gotta put the subtitles on the Escoffier polls. I'm like halfway done. I was working on it last night, but I started to get a headache, and I was like, I'm just gonna go to bed. Because I barely got sleep yesterday. Because I had to be up early for when they brought the appliances in. So I barely got any sleep. So by the time I was in the middle of editing last night, I was starting to get a headache, and I was like, I should just go to sleep. I'm trying to be better about listening to my body and being like, okay, I've got a headache. I've been up too long. It's time to just sleep, instead of trying to push through and power through and be like, okay, I'll go to sleep after I finish this thing, you know? After I finish editing this video, then I'll go to sleep, because sometimes the editing that video takes another 3 to 5 hours, you know? So I'm trying to be a little better about it, but it's hard. Add the saxophone as a sensor sound. Womp womp. Is that what a saxophone sounds like? Another Gligar, let's go. Part of the other issue with editing the XD video is, it's gonna be a lot of, like, I've got to do the art for it, and there's a lot of art to draw. Because I need to draw the intro animation where Brandy's telling a story to Jovi, and then I also have to draw the, oh, there is Munchlax number 250. Let's go. 250 of these little invasive species. And then at the end, I also have to draw the animation for the credits and the animation for the, or not animation, but like the little art for everyone's Pokemon that they claimed, you know? There's a lot of art to draw. It's gonna be overwhelming. I'm scared. That's something I should do. I should try and do just like one drawing of a person's Pokemon a day. Because I'm gonna group the Pokemon together. So if I do like, even if I do like one drawing and I get like 2 or 3 Pokemon in one day, then that'll like, it'll drop things down to being like, okay, I only need like 50 days to get through all of these. And then some days I'd probably feel like drawing multiple, so. Also, it's another freaking Munchlax, dude. Munchlax, we don't want him. Unfortunately, I've just got way more art ambitions than I have energy and time to do it, you know? The XD video is going to be quite a bit of a longer project than I originally intended. It kind of spiraled out of control with what I want to do with it. But it's going to be cool, hopefully. Let me grab that. Hi, Daedra. Welcome back. You didn't miss anything. We just had a lot of random conversations. I went into the discussion of the history of dive cats. Talked about future shinies that I want to hunt. Explained Feebas. Talked about Mega Evolutions. Just a lot of random nonsense. There was a sailor at one point. Nobody liked that guy. He was kind of lame. You like the sailor? I don't know about that. Sounds fake. Sounds like you're just being nice to him to spare his feelings, you know? Ow. Why'd you throw a steak at my head? Mark, I made a steak. A steak? Yes. Alright, Trapinch. Let me add that. Boop. I looked away for a split second and there was a Trapinch. Rip. Threw my binder over on my bed and it slid off and fell on the floor. Rip. Alright, Gligar. Let's bump that up. 809. Yeah, we're slowly getting there. It is a bit of a process, but we're approaching our 1,000 Glygars, you know? Let's see, 809 plus 362, 1171. Yeah, we're just, for some reason, we're very consistently 30 Gligar and Trapinch behind Sandshrew, which is not what it should be. We should be, like, about the same. They should be roughly the same number when you combine Gligar and Trapinch versus Sandshrew. But for whatever reason, we're just like very consistently about 30 behind Sandshrew. Which is a shame because at one point, the Gligar and Trapinch actually outpaced the Sandshrew. They were ahead, and now they're not. And that sucks. You know, that's probably what's taking so long on Splatoon Raiders. They need time to come up with more banger music. Splatoon's OST doesn't miss, so that's not true. They've had a few misses. It's not many, but... I miss Splatoon. It's gonna be so hard not to, when Splatoon Raiders drops, to not just play it on my own off stream and just immediately finish it. That's what I did with, I mean, technically with all of them, but with Splatoon 3, the game came out and I finished Alterna by like midnight, the day it came out. I was obsessed with Alterna. So goated. And then I think by the next day, I had 100%ed it. Gone back and got all the extra stuff. I love this track in particular. This is Smeared Canvas. It's got like kind of an uplifting, energetic, like you can do this kind of vibe, but it's also like weirdly serene. It's like serenely determined, and it's very good. I love this track. Can you add this to future disco? If you want. I don't know what makes a good disco song, though. Oh, I know one you might like. I'll pull it up after this. It wasn't what I was gonna pull up next, but... There's another Sandshrew, speaking of. Oh, this is a 15-minute version of this song. I'm gonna change it. I didn't want a 15-minute version of it. I can never remember the name of this track, but... Was this it? Was it Color Pulse? Yeah, this one. You might like this one, I'm not sure. Okay, I forgot to update the counter. Thought so. Trap Inch! Let's go. Yeah, Splatoon music is just like consistently great. There are a few that I don't care for. I could live my entire life without hearing Liquid Sunshine again. That track always showed up in every freaking Splatfest, and I was like, dude, I'm sick of it. Like, 90% of my Splatfest matches were just Liquid Sunshine. I was like, I don't even like this song that much. Are you kidding? It got to the point where I kept my phone next to me, and when Liquid Sunshine popped up, I would just play some other music. I'd mute my TV and I'd just play other music. I was like, I'm sick of this. We're vibing and almost forgot you were on the ladder. Oh no, I'm sorry. Be careful, Brisk. I don't remember this track, but let's play it. Sandshrew again. We don't want Sandshrew. We're sick of them. Gonna grab more pizza. Nice. I want some pizza. Sounds good. That's not the greatest track, I'm gonna say. You know, it's no, I don't want the problem is all these Splatoon tracks are like extended to 15 minutes. I don't want the 15-minute version. Here, let's play Fly Octofly. Thank you, Brisk. Hi, Super Plush Lord. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. What's up? We're just vibing to some Splatoon music while we get some shiny encounters in. It's actually kind of hard to think of things to talk about because I'm busy vibing. Splatoon music's dangerous, guys. Got some chocolate banois. Ooh, nice. Did you bite off their ears? Is that a common thing? Or was that just a my family thing? Just biting off the ears of the chocolate banoi? It sounds like something other people would do, but I don't know. Everyone eats the ears first. I wouldn't be surprised. They are the most accessible, after all. Finish the living room. Now you'll enjoy some Zipa before you remove stuff off the wall to apply primer in the kitchen. Nice. Hang in there, Brisk. Just little by little, you'll get there eventually. Just keep chipping away at it. Good job. I believe in you. Rally luck. Rally luck. Such a supportive Oshi. Aw. Thank you, Briss. I never thought anyone would actually ever consider me an Oshi. Hello, Togi. Togi's my Oshi. Look at him. He's a little guy. He's so golden. Looks like he fell in the lemon custard. Another Gligar. Let's go. Boop. I want 3 mix, yeah. Give me the 3 mix. How do I celebrate Easter? I woke up and I played Pokopia and then I started stream. That was how I celebrated Easter. It doesn't particularly mean much to me. I'm not like a religious person, so and I don't have any like younger siblings anymore that live with me to do like Easter baskets with or anything, so all right, Gligar. Yeah, people may meme on Splatoon music, but I love most Splatoon music. Very special place in my heart. And another Sandshrew, let's go. I'm really curious what the regional gimmick is going to be for Winds and Waves. We can already guess that there's going to be one because there's like a special icon that's available that you can see in the Japanese versions of the logos. That looks like it's probably the icon for the regional gimmick. But I'm like down for them to just like make regions without regional gimmicks, you know? Not every region needs to have a Megas or a Z-Moves or a Gigantamax or anything like that. I know they won't stop because it just makes it more exciting for people, but like I'm so down for just like normal regions again. I don't need all my Pokemon games to have a press this to win button in your boss fight, you know? Oddly enough, that's actually one of the few things that I think Sword and Shield did really well was restricting your usage of the gimmick and making it so you could only use it in the big important fights in the stadiums. I think that was actually a good call. Also helps for the game's pacing because imagine if every single fight you had to watch the Gigantamax cutscene. I mean, you wouldn't have to, but it would be horrendous for the average player who just sees button and presses it. And Terra did something similar where, until the DLC, you couldn't Terra in every fight, but the fact that most trainers were optional anyway kind of negates that point anyway. And I am fine with them, like, post-game or post-DLC being like, okay, you know, you can use the gimmick as much as you want in every fight. You don't have to go to the Pokemon Center. I think that was a good call as well because it's mostly just for the random blueberry quests that are like terrestrialize your Pokemon. And sometimes you'll get like 3 or 4 of those relatively short after each other. So not having to go back to the Pokemon Center every time is like just nice. So, you know, I think there's nuance to it. Oh, here's a playlist we can listen to. Splatoon music you could probably play in a restaurant without anyone noticing. Chill playlist. That sounds hilarious. Let's listen to this. Trapinch. Still remember last Easter when you went to work, your manager played a movie about... Oh no. None of you said Happy Easter to each other? RIP. I don't remember. Did that movie get a lot of people in to watch? No. Unsurprising. Here's the little secret. On Easter, a lot of families are going to want to watch a child-friendly movie. They're going to want to go out and watch an Easter movie with the family. That's not the kind of movie that you take children to. I feel like that should be a very obvious thing, but apparently not. You know, if I'm looking for Easter movies to take my child to, I'm not gonna pick that. Just called out of work an hour later. Understandable. Still went there every weekend, you'd be miserable. I'm sorry. Was it really that bad by the end? That you were miserable? I thought you just didn't like it, but I didn't realize you were miserable. They're using AI for their promotional posts. Ew, gross, yeah. Disgusting. I'm not surprised, but yuck. Dodged a bullet. Did they just start doing that, or was that a thing they were doing before? Started doing that and you hadn't been paying attention? Ah. I wonder how much traction they're getting on those posts. I can't imagine it's a lot, but... Sometimes the AI slop actually does kind of pop off because normies don't care, and they're like, oh, I see pretty colors, and I click yes. But a lot of the time, those slop posts just kind of flop, as they should, and it's kind of deserved. Kind of deserved. I'm very much of the opinion that, like, if you can't care enough to make or hire actual artists to promote your product, like, you know, if you don't have the faith in your product to go the extra mile and put actual care and attention into it, why should You know, if you don't care, why should I care? Could have asked you for help. Yeah. Just sucks. And it really sucks that a lot of people just don't care, but what can you do? I wonder when we are going to see Splatoon 4. I'm kind of chill with them taking time and working on Raiders first, and then dropping Splatoon 4 a little later into the Switch 2 lifespan, but I was of the opinion that Switch 2 didn't need Splatoon 3. I thought Splatoon 3 should have been, or Switch 1 didn't need Splatoon 3. The Switch didn't need two different Splatoon multiplayer games. Also, 367, nice number of trap inches, thank you, ha ha ha. I think each console only needs one main Splatoon game. Because it's a game that they can just update more. And then while they work on the next title and save it for the next console. I think each console should release with like a Splatoon game within like the first year. And then, like, aside from that, like, it doesn't, like, just extend the life of the previous one. You know, if you want to do, like, an extra DLC pack because you need a little bit of money, I would rather that. I'd rather them just be, like, you know, a few years after they wrapped up DLC or active updates for Splatoon 2, if they had just been like, oh, we made a new DLC pack, you know, here, have more levels. I would have preferred that. And don't get me wrong, I love Splatoon 3, but just think right now we could be in the middle of Splatoon 3 mania because they just released a new Splatoon game. I don't know. I'm just opinionated on that. I don't know if other people would agree with me, but I'm just like, yeah, we only need like one new Splatoon game per console. Especially because they don't transfer things in between them, which is unfortunate. The fact that you have a fresh start each time means that I don't want to, every few years, start a new Splatoon file, you know? It's the kind of game where, you know, I want to have one big active file, and that's that. Again, I don't know if that's just wild opinion on my part or not, but saying true. It's true, it's saying true. Very much at ease, you're no longer going. Yeah, that's fair. Understandable. Again, I've mentioned this. I didn't have a very high opinion of the way they treated you, but you know. I don't have the full story of how they work and how they're operating and everything, so it's not really my place to really judge or anything, but just based off of what you said, I'm just like, I'm not a huge fan of them. And I mean, maybe it's because I'm not a movie guy, it also changes my perspective, because like I don't go to movie theaters anyway. But I wouldn't go I wouldn't particularly want to support that place after what you've told me about it. aside from going in to get drinks from you. Like, that's the only reason I would support the place. I wouldn't support them by watching movies, you know? Yeah, if you'd like to rant about it, feel free off stream, but again, I don't know the full story. I don't have the full picture, so I only have snippets and bits and pieces, but I would just want to drink the fun sour drinks, and that's about it. Saying true. I think, actually, I just heard a jingle. That might be the dryer. The other one might have been the washing machine. That one might have been the dryer. But it also sounded like a sailor jingle. Bum ba da ba bum bum ba da ba ba da ba ba. It sounded something like that. It wasn't exactly that, but that's what it sounded like. Starting a business of sour drinks for parties. That could be fun. I don't think you'd get amazing margins, but it could be like a fun side thing if you wanted. Just get a little bit of extra small income. I don't know all the logistics for things like that, though, so... Ignore me. Ignore me. Oh, thank you for the head pat, Brisk. All right, let's see a Sandshrew. Nope. It was indeed a Sandshrew, but it wasn't a shiny one. Which I'm happy about, but... I think it could have been a shiny Gligar. It could have been a shiny Trapinch. This Splatoon playlist is more like low-key stuff. I want like a more traditional Splatoon playlist, I think. Yeah, let's play the Alterna site mixes. I love the Alterna music. It's not the kind of music everyone would like, but I liked the Alterna music. Lo-fi? I don't know what lo-fi is. Everyone memes about lo-fi, but I don't know what it is. I'm too musically ignorant to understand these terms. I just like music that sounds good. I don't concern myself with learning the terms for all the classifications and distinctions. If it sounds good, I like it, and then I listen to it until I get sick of it. Ambient music and jazz, gotcha. All right, Sandshrew. Boop. Real quick, your mom is starting to rant about your former manager too. Oh. Your mom's not a fan either? What is your mom upset about? If you want to share. If not, then that's fine. Or if it's too personal, understandable. I have to explain it off stream. Okay, feel free. Yeah, we might do a little bit of a shorter stream so that I can go grab something to eat. I might also do grocery shopping tonight. I was gonna go tomorrow, but I might do it today. That way I can cook something tomorrow, you know? We'll see. Let's go. Goated music. This is the site mixes, so it includes like the low version of the low quality version of the music that at the start, where it doesn't have all the instruments and everything, but once all the instruments are added, it sounds really cool. And a Gligar. In fact, I'm gonna get up real quick and I'm going to just plug my phone into the charger so that if I want to go somewhere tonight, then I can go right away. Be right back. You threw something at my face while I was gone, Brisk. Why? You wanted to see if when you hit the model it teleports back in place, but it looks like it wobbles. Ah. And a Munchlax, 255. Yeah, we've gotten a disturbingly high number of Munchlax today. I don't like it. It's cute, is it? Cutie Neko Brandy, you know. Like, yeah. Like, yeah. Cutie Neko Brandy. Like, yeah. Bonk. Yeah, I'm Cutie Neko Brandy. Actually, for Easter, it should be... No, not that. There we go. I should be Benoy Brandy for Easter. Another Munchlax? Are you kidding? I hate this dude. It's that freaking Munchlax that I hate. Sorry, I thought I thought about that clip and it made me laugh so much it made me like start laughing and coughing simultaneously. The freaking bird that I hate. Neko Brandy, can I come to your neighborhood? There's too many cats on the front and backyard. Oh, I want a cat. I wanna take the cat. Alright, sand shrew. How many sand shrew can we accrue? Too many sand shrew, actually. Yeah, single hunting XD is kind of a cringe. I don't think most normal people would do it. Normal people would not single hunt in XD. Because it is fairly slow. I think most people would do a multi-hunt for XD, but I don't have that luxury, so. Even if I did have extra copies of XD and extra Wiis to hook up, I wouldn't know how to begin to do that. It is beyond my capabilities. But it's okay. One day we'll find a shiny Gligar and it'll be great. Or a shiny Trapinch. Oh! Nice. 369 Trapinch. Let's go. I like that I can make the ears wiggle on my on the model. Too much stuff in the kitchen, you have to bring it down. Oh no, I'm sorry, Brisk. Hang in there. I believe in you. Little by little, just work at it. Just chip away at it. And a Gligar. 819 Gligars. Just start with the curtain holders. Yeah, just start on something small and work from there. And you'll get it eventually. Alright, 2004. Alright, there's another Gligar. 820, nice. If I sold candy, what would it be called? What kind of chocolate would it be? Ooh, actually, I can't give a full answer to that because it's in TCA. I made up my own candy for TCA, and I don't want to spoil it. But if Benoy Brandy sold something specific for Benoy Brandy instead of just Brandy themed, it'll have to wait for story time. No, I've intentionally avoided saying it in the story time, because I don't want it to. It's unlikely that it would happen, but I don't want anyone to steal this idea. I've got this secret hope in my head that will never actually happen, but there's a little hope in the back of my head. What if one day TCA becomes super popular and then a company reaches out to me because they want to make a real version of the candy from my book? What if it happens, you know? So I don't want to spoil it before the book ever gets published. Will that happen? Probably not, but it's a cute idea to think about. If Benoy Brandy made an Easter themed candy though, he would just make like sour jelly beans, I think. Nothing fancy, they'd just be like sour jelly beans. I don't have sour jelly beans on hand, but I do have I have some like sour Airhead rainbow bits that are kind of good. Wanting to sprinkle malic acid on a lollipop? That sounds good. I love the sour powder. Feel like doing that instead of doing ice cream. Also, like 8 minutes ago, you redeemed a hydrate. I don't know if I mentioned it, but I did do the hydrate. I have been drinking my water. I'm being a good boy. I'm drinking my water. Remember posting a tutorial featuring that as part of the drink and it became one of the best things to exist? Ah. Yeah, I haven't made any sour drinks lately, but... Gligar! Gligoat. Gligoat. And when Trapinch evolves, it becomes Flygoat. But when Sandshrew evolves, it just becomes Sandslash. There's nothing exciting or goated about that. Alright, I had a few of my sour candies just to keep my strength up because I am hungry, but I shouldn't eat too many of them. I need them for when I edit tonight. One more. Gligo! Yeah, if you could have one of the shinies from the Pokespot, any of the 3 Pokespots, which would you choose? It's Sandshrew, Gligar, Trapinch, Aeron, Zubat, Wooper, Phanpy, Hoppip, and Surskit. I would definitely choose either Trapinch or Gligar. I'm not sure which one. Either one would be cool. Trapinch or Hoppip? No, I think Trapinch is like the coolest one probably. And then Hoppip is a silly one, but Hoppip's alright. Hoppip's an alright pick. Nothing wrong with picking Hoppip, which is super effective against Hoppip. Gligoat. Yeah, I'd maybe pick Gligar just because it's very consistently good in competitive stuff. So if I wanted to use it for Battle Tower or whatever, it's going to be, like, consistently good. Like, Flygon's alright. It's not a bad Pokemon, but it's not, like, consistently, like, amazing, you know? I love the ears. I love the way that the ears can go up and down. Bouncy ears, exactly. And another Munchlax. I'm sick of that guy. Again, if you could get shiny Munchlax and actually keep it in this, it would be a really cool shiny hunt, but like the fact it's just like a regular Munchlax that you don't even get to keep makes it like way less exciting. This song is eerie. Could I send it? I could send it. There you go. I got some other messages as well. I'll check those after stream. You're welcome. Yeah, Splatoon music. I love Splatoon music. It's got a bunch of different styles, too. Trapinch. I love you, Trapinch. Pow. The question is, when is it going to be shiny? I am still worried about missing the shiny and like resetting over it. It shouldn't be an issue, but you never know. Especially because I do have the shinies like on screen. I could just like kind of autopilot and be like, oh yeah, that's normal. That's supposed to be there. Silly Benoy. We could also, to celebrate Easter, I could get something else out, actually. Another Munchlax? Are you kidding? Get this guy out of here. Munchlax is a menace, and I'm sick of him. Alright, let me get, for Easter. Do we want shiny or regular? We're shiny hunting. Let's go with the shiny. There we go. I'm shiny Azumarill. And I'll go ahead and put... We'll do a regular with it. Benoy. It's Benoy's. There we go. We got the Benoy luck. I freaking love Azumarill, guys. It's such a cool Pokemon. I love using it too. Just punching things with rabbit power. Gligar, once again. Send this song? Sure. Yeah, the alternate site music is pretty good. Again, I like it when all the instruments are added in, but it gives it a really cool vibe. Sandshrew again. Get out of here, Sandshrew. We don't want you. I'm not a musician, sadly. I have no musical ability. Yeah, we're slowly making our way to 3,000 encounters. It'll take a while, but we're getting there slowly but surely. Thank you for the head pat, Brisk. Sandshrew, be gone! Be gone, wretched Sandshrew. That's maybe a little harsh. It's not wretched, but it is not our target. Yeah, if you discount Munchlax, we're almost to 2,500. We're at 2,426 not counting Munchlax, and then add the Munchlax, and we're at 2,685. Yeah, I just don't have any kind of musical ability, sadly. I like to sing, but I'm not good at it. I mean, you guys have heard the song covers. I'm no good at it. But I like to. Cause we still believe magic. Bokura ga nokosu kiseki. Oh, thank you, Brisk. Thank you. Blushy bunny. I'm a blushy bunny. Alright, goodbye, Sandshrew. Oh, we're almost to a funny number on the Sandshrew. I'm sorry I ran out of things to yap about. I yapped quite a bit earlier, but now I'm not sure what to say. Gligar. I say I like Gligar. Gligoat. It evolves into Goat Score. This one's my favorite of the Alterna mixes. Hyperdriver is my favorite. I almost used this as like outro music. And Gligar again. Not opposed to that. That makes sense, Brisk. I'm glad you're having fun with thinking of ideas and stuff, though. Sandshrew again. 1232. That's not the funny number I was talking about, but it is mildly amusing. Exactly. 1234. You knew exactly what number I was looking forward to. There we go. The minute it said 10, you'd say you're at 1,000. 1,000? Wow. And now there's only one more Sandshrew to the funny number. And there's a lot of significant numbers, to be fair. All right, Sandshrew. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go. The music hit right when we hit 1, 2, 3, 4. They hate the 67. That's understandable. Everyone does. My brain rot made me unironically enjoy it, but... Or ironically enjoy it, but... Another Sandshrew. Come on, dude. No more Sandshrews. We hit the funny number. We didn't even get to keep the funny number on screen for a whole minute. No more Sandshrews. Sandshrew is banished. For your crimes, Sandshrew, you shall be banished. Banished. Put him on trial. I guess he does have the right to a trial. Alright, another Sandshrew, yippee. Goodbye, Sandshrew. Goodbye, I said. Why didn't you reset? There we go. Oh, right, that's the end of the playlist. Um... Ah, shoot. Okay, what do I want to listen to now? Guess I'll just let this play. Gligar. Gligar. Hi, Unknown. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. Training your horse. I hope it went well. Happy Easter. I'm a Benoy for Easter. It unfortunately did not. Ah. Well, you know what they say. Skill issue. You will win. Just keep trying. Gotta just keep trying. Ow. Why? Don't throw things at me. I'm just the Easter Benoy. It's bad luck to assault the Easter Benoy. Ow. Gligar again, dude. Meanie? I'm not mean. Actually, why did I get disappointed at Gligar? Gligar's good. We want to see Gligar. Yeah, we might call it at like 4 hours so that Brandy can go get something to eat. I don't know. We'll see how I'm feeling. Now you're hungry. I'm also hungry. Sandshrew. 1238. Too many Sandshrew. Rabbit season? It's not rabbit season. Can't attack rabbits on their special day. Alright, Gligar. Boop. 830. So many Gligars. Ooh, brisket sounds good, actually. I could go for some brisket. Yeah, I don't know why. I got in a Splatoon mood for the music. I was like, man, I'd like to listen to some Splatoon music. I guess it was probably because we were talking about Splatoon Raiders earlier. Another Munchlax. 260 Munchlax. Yuck. Munchlax, you are the worst person I have met on Toontown. Splatoon had official lyrics. I don't think most of them do. People make fan lyric videos, but I don't think most of the tracks have official lyrics. I think Big Betrayal does have official lyrics, but most of them don't, I don't think. Speaking of, do we want to listen to Big Betrayal? I love that track. I'll play it next. Another Saiyan Shrew. 1240. Jeez. So many. Oh, didn't want that. Okay, no, go back. Let's do Big Betrayal. I love this track. If it wants to load, there it goes. Oh, the curtain holders were stuck to the previous page. That's no good.
Alright, another Sandshrew. Another day, another dollar. In my reality, it's another day, another Sandshrew. Another stupid Sandshrew I don't want. Glad you started with removing them. Understandable. I mean, I don't know what else you would start with. Ugh, another Munchlax? Come on, dude. Dang, it's already 3:30 that we've been streaming. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe at 4, the 4-hour mark, we'll call it for today, so that I can go get some stuff done. So in about another half hour, I think. When I think about all the art I have to do too, I get super overwhelmed. There's too much art to do. I'm scared. I wish I was fast at drawing. You have a separate freezer. It'll be easier since the ceiling isn't slanted. Ah. Rally luck, rally luck. Thank you, Brisk. No luck so far, though. Trapinch. That is lucky, though. Trapinch is luckier than Sandshrew. Even if it's not shiny. When was this track used? Oh, it plays in the lobby. Okay. I'm saving this to the Tenshibi music playlist. I like this one. I don't pay as much attention to the lobby music, but this one's a good track. All right, another Sandshrew. 12:45. And I have finished my water bottle. So let it not be said that Brandy doesn't drink his water. I'm being a good boy. I'm drinking my water. Yeah, we're slowly chipping at this. We got... about 1,200. Yeah, Sandshrew ahead by like 50 now. Jeez. Too many Sandshrew. Too many Sandshrew, not enough Gligar and Trapinch. It's a shame. Another Sandshrew. Yippee, my favorite. Another Sandshrew. Another Sandshrew. Get out of here, dude. I'm sick of Sandshrew. I really wish I could just repel this thing out of the pool. Unfortunately, XD doesn't work that way, but, like, I'm sick of these things. This is why I'm hesitant to do an Incada one. I want to get Shiny Incada in Emerald, but the odds on that are so slim. And another Gligar. Yeah, when I think about all the animating I have to do in the next like year for all the projects I want to do, I'm like getting overwhelmed. I'm like, oh no, there's so many things to draw. Wish I was good at animating, you know? I mean, like, I'm not terrible at it for being like a very casual, but like, I'm slow at drawing is the problem. Everything boils down to the fact that I'm just slow at drawing. Oh, hold on. I didn't see what that was. All right, what was that we just saw? Was that Sandshrew? I think it was Sandshrew. There's Gligar. And then Sandshrew. Okay, it was Sandshrew. Just wanted to double check. Silly way to start this track. What track is this? Gilded Cage. I don't remember what this track goes to. Oh, it just is a lobby song. This is still a lobby song. Okay. I was like, I don't remember this. It has been a while since I played Splatoon, to be fair. Last time I played was the Grand Fest. That was a while ago. Do 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 do. Wow 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 wow. Ba-da-ba-bow, ba-da-ba-dow. Alright, Sandshrew again. Yippee! My favorite, it's Sandshrew. Screw that guy. Screw Sandshrew. How does this sound? How does what sound? The music? Ba-da-ba-da, ba-da-ba-da. Ba-da-ba-da, ba-da-ba-da. Munchlax again, dude. I'm sick of that guy. Sick of that guy, sick of Sandshrew. Just only Gligar and Trapinch, man. Ah, Celtic backstory. Gotcha. It's hard to evaluate off of that little snippet. I don't have the context for where that goes. For a snippet that small, it's hard to evaluate it. Another Munchlax get lost, dude. I've seen way too many Munchlaxes today. Today was the Munchlax disaster. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Munchlax disaster. Dude, I miss Big Run. Oh, I miss Big Run. Big Run was so fun. Meets Spinnerack and reminds her of her past life. Gotcha. Gligar. Celtic were still here, what would I do? Probably be scared and cry, because I'm afraid of spiders. Oh, thank you for the head pat, Brisk. Another freaking sand shrew. This track's nice. I think this is another lobby theme. I'm sorry, Brisk. Unfortunate timing. Yeah, it is another lobby song. That's what I thought. Another lobby song. Splatoon is interesting. They didn't need to make that many lobby songs, but they did. Like, Splatoon could get away with, like, a fraction of the number of soundtracks that they have, but they do go so hard on adding a bunch of different music tracks, and I really appreciate that. One of the cool things about Splatoon is the series itself just feels like such a love letter to artistic creativity and everything. Like, such a big emphasis on the music especially, but like, who are the hosts of the show? They're the musicians, they're the creators who make things. You know, you're running around spreading paint on the ground. I mean, it's ink, but you know, I don't know. There's just something beautiful about how much spotlight it gives to creatives in the Splatoon world. And I'd love to see them advance a little bit beyond just the music. Like, if in a future game we had an idol group that had like an artist, a musician, and well, actually, I think they should do more 3-group idols. I think they should do duos again, but like an artist and musician duo would be a really cool thing for the next idol group. Or they could have like a writer, artist, and musician, or something like that. I don't know. Oh no, it's the bad track. This is one of the few bad Splatoon tracks. Don't let them play this on the aux. They had people that liked you and your Celtic. After years you grew out of it. That's fair. It happens. This is the music of all time. Alright, a sand shrew, but again. Uh-oh. Okay. Dropped a few frames there. Sand shrew, but again. Yippee, my favorite guy. Yeah, so we're not going to go too much longer. We're going to end at around the 4-hour mark. Maybe not exactly at 4 hours, but we're going to wind down. But so we're not done yet, but thanks for chilling with me on this funny Sunday. We can go a little bit longer. And then I'm gonna go find something to eat. Maybe I'll go grocery shopping, I'm not sure. Can you say something? Yeah, we're not done yet. I just said that. We're gonna go at least another like 5 minutes or so. Oh, you got a Trico, nice. Trico's pretty popular. Trico's pretty cool. Not my favorite grass starter, but it's up there. Nah, stop. Munchlax again, dude. I've seen so many Munchlax today. Way too many Munchlax. Yeah, we saw way too many Munchlax. I feel like we saw like 20 or 30, which for like a 4-hour stream is too many. I don't know exactly how many. I could go back and watch the start of the VOD and see how many we had at the start, but it's too many either way. And there's another. Get it out of my face, dude. Yeah, not always the most exciting, the shiny hunts, but, you know, just something gotta chip away at. And we did make some decent progress, and we did have some fun discussions at the start of stream. I just kind of ran out of things to say at the end. It happens, it happens. Alright, Trapinch, but again, nice. Up to 375 Trapinch is pretty cool. Aw, thank you, Brisk. Let me see. 1258 plus 835 plus 375. 2,468. Oh, if we do this one... Oh no, but we didn't count the Munchlax. I was gonna say if we end on this encounter, it'll be on 2,469 total encounters, but that's not counting the Munchlax. Counting Munchlax, 2,733. Okay. I think I want to do like 2 more encounters and end it on 2,735, and then we'll call it. Oh my god, another one. Another Munchlax, dude. I'm sick of this guy. Let's go, Shiver. And another Trapinch. Okay, so we'll end it on Trapinch, I guess. 376 Trapinch. That's lucky. All right, so there we go. We'll call it there. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thanks for joining. I appreciate you coming and hanging out and spending time with me on this silly Easter shiny hunt. Not related at all to what we were actually hunting, but it fits, I guess. So we'll call it there. Try and do a few more streams this week in addition to the shiny hunt. Maybe do some Kirby, maybe do the Rotom shiny hunt that I originally planned to do. We'll see. But look out for that, and I hope you guys have a good rest of your evening. Have a good night, take care, and thanks for watching. Bye-bye!